Mic 1, mic 1, mic 1, mic 1, mic 1, mic 1. Mic 2, mic 2, mic 2, mic 2, mic 2. Mic 3, mic 3, mic 3, mic 3, mic 3, mic 3. Mic 4, mic 4, mic 4, mic 4, mic 4. Mic 5, mic 5, mic 5, mic 5, mic 5. Mic 6, mic 6, mic 6, mic 6, mic 6, mic 6. Mic 7, mic 7, mic 7, mic 7, mic 7. Mic 8, mic 8, mic 8, mic 8, mic 8. Mic 9, mic 9, mic 9, mic 9, mic 9. Mic 10, mic 10, mic 10, mic 10, mic 10. Mic 11, mic 11, mic 11, mic 11, mic 11, mic 11, mic 11. Podium, 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 podium. All right, should I leave the mics out for when they announce the executive session, or should I?
Yeah. So first, bring the mics down when they go to executive session. Do as if you would be doing a town council meeting. Bring them, hammer them, and bring the mics up. And then
Okay.
Which is part of it.
I'd like to call the meeting to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Picciarelli?
Present.
Counselor Woodland?
Present.
Counselor Bays?
Present.
Counselor Donato?
Present.
Counselor Falcoff?
Present.
Counselor Felter?
Present.
Counselor Canales? Counselor Palumbo?
Present.
President Sedaris?
Present. Can I get a motion to go into executive session to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the DPW union, Town Hall Associates Union, Library Union, Fire Union, Police Patrol Union, Police Supervisors Union, as an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's bargaining position.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Woodland?
Yes.
Counselor Bays?
Yes.
Counselor Donato?
Yes.
Counselor Falcoff?
Yes.
Counselor Feltner?
Yes.
Counselor Canales?
Yes.
Counselor Palumbo?
Yes.
Counselor Picciarelli?
Yes.
President Sedaris?
Yes, we'll be returning to open session at approximately 7:15. Call the meeting back to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. First, the next item on the agenda is public forum. This is a sign-up public forum. We have one person that signed up, Matt Lambo. Please come up. And under the council rules, you're allowed 2 minutes to speak, and we don't respond while you're at the podium.
Got it. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Town Council. I really appreciate the time. My name is Matt Lambo. I'm a Watertown resident and a father of 3 and a local coach, and I don't know, consider myself an advocate for children. I want to start by saying thank you guys. You guys have a relatively thankless job. I know you get it from every single angle and an awful lot of opinions, and you're not rightly compensated. So sincere thank you for your services to this town and all your efforts. That said, I am deeply concerned by my children being locked out of Filipello Park from the Glen Circle parking lot. This is where I have dropped my kids off for soccer and lacrosse and birthday parties and play dates and sprinkler park festivities for the last 15 years. In order for me to access the park now, I either have to battle for parking, very limited, on Arlington Street, or I've got to drive around through the construction zone that is Watertown, through the traffic that we all deal with, to get to the Grove Street side. Or, like my kid Lily said, I'm just going to hop the fence. Not a reasonable alternative. It's a public parking lot from what I understand, and it's a public park. I'm not asking for unlimited parking spots. I'm not asking you to move the trucks that have been there for days on end. I'm not even asking you to start ticketing. I'm just asking for you to unlock the gate. It's a public park, and it's a public parking lot. Why there's a fence in the first place, I'm having a hard time understanding. And I heard 1983, council judgment. Whenever something that doesn't seem to make sense happens in this town, like you're charging rent for children to use their gyms after school, charging nonprofits that support this school system, it's always, oh, back in 1983, oh, back in 1979. Someone else made a decision, we're just upholding it. For me, that's not leadership. And I don't want to be here. I don't want to be a thorn in your side. I'm doing my best to stay out of the fray. There's 600 units going up behind my house. There's potholed roads and traffic that you can't even get through. My kids can hardly walk to school because it's just construction and fences, and you're closing a pedestrian way. You're closing a cyclist's way. You're making it harder for grandparents to get to their kids' birthday parties. I implore that this town and this leadership group reconsider their decision and open that gate for the summer so kids and parents and grandparents can use that sprinkler park and come up with a comprehensive solution. Paint the lines. Paint the lines in the parking lot. It's a simple thing. Every parking lot has it except for the ones in Watertown. There's no lines in Arsenal Street. There's hardly lines at Vic. There's no lines at this Glen Circle parking lot. You want to maximize the usage, you want to solve problems, put up some signs and paint the lines. Maybe even put in meters.
Matt?
Thank you guys for your time. I really do respect your service. I implore you to reconsider this decision. Thank you.
Anyone else from public forum that hasn't signed up? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item, which is the examination of minutes. Can I get a motion on the minutes of June 4th?
Mr. President, I make a motion that we approve the minutes of June 4th as written.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. 6B is the minutes of June 11th. Can I get a motion on the minutes of June 11th?
Mr. President, I make a motion that we adopt the minutes of June 11th as written.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. President's report, I really don't have anything because there's a lot of things on this agenda that speak for themselves and things that we're involved in. So 8A is an acceptance of a proclamation honoring Luke Black as an Eagle Scout. I'm not going to read this. You all have it in your packet, and it's available online. I was honored to be able to go over to the celebration of Luke Black, and becoming an Eagle Scout is a very big deal as a Boy Scout. There were proclamations from state representatives, from governor's counselors, from all over. It was a very moving tribute to a young man who has achieved this honor, so I was honored to be able to be part of it. Can I get a motion to accept this proclamation?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The next item is acceptance of a proclamation honoring Jocelyn Tagger for her work with solar energy, and I'm going to ask Councilor Falcoff to read this proclamation.
Thank you. Whereas solar energy installations are a powerful tool for limiting greenhouse gas emissions and counteracting global climate change, and whereas Jocelyn Tager, known to all as Jolly, has been a tireless advocate for increasing solar panels in Watertown through the state's neighborhood solar program, and whereas in 2017, when town regulations required that new developments assess their projects for social readiness, Jolly Tager raised what seemed like a far-fetched idea of requiring that solar arrays actually be required when feasible, and whereas from that moment Jolly never wavered in her determination to educate the town council on the need and value of requiring solar installations, and to work with town staff and the town attorney to craft language for an ordinance, and whereas her efforts paid off with a unanimous vote at the November 27, 2018 Town Council meeting, making Watertown the first community in Massachusetts to require solar installations on commercial or industrial projects of 10,000 square foot or more, and on residential developments of 10 units or more. And whereas publicity in major media outlets has inspired other communities throughout the state and state lawmakers to consider similar proposals. And whereas Ms. Tager is being honored on June 20th at the Solar Energy Business Association of New England's Summer Solstice Celebration for her tireless advocacy on behalf of solar energy, and I'm going to let Councilor Feltner read the rest.
So on behalf of solar energy as a way to limit greenhouse gas emissions and thus moderate climate change, now therefore be it resolved that the city known as the Town of Watertown extends our congratulations to Ms. Tager on receiving this honor and offers our gratitude for all that she has accomplished on behalf of increasing solar energy use in Watertown and throughout the Commonwealth, signed by President Mark S. Sedaris.
Thank you, and before I ask for a motion, I just want to say that Councilor Feltner was able to go to the function with Ed Lewis to present Jolly with this proclamation, and I want to thank Councilor Falcoff, who helped put the words together. So can I get a motion to accept the proclamation?
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, and because Jolly's here, I'm going to ask if she wanted to say something.
As Lisa knows, I said on Thursday, this is a little bit like winning an Academy Award, except Harry Winston isn't offering me his jewelry, and the fashion police aren't going to get me. So I'm probably the happiest and most honored person in Watertown right now, and I thank you all tremendously. As Lisa knows, I spent the last part of my talk on Thursday talking about you all. And I said that you were the most amazing town council that anybody could have, that you had listened, you had, this is what I meant by that. You have listened, you dug deep, you opened your minds and your hearts to this issue, you educated yourselves, and on November 27th, you made 2018, you made us the first municipality, not only in Massachusetts, but in all of New England, to have this solar ordinance, and we're probably one of maybe 2 or 3 municipalities east of California to have this. So it's amazing. And the second thing I got to sneak in was the CCA that you all voted on 3 weeks ago, because the mayor from Newton was there raving about hers. So I thought, I'm going to sneak in ours. And I talked about your vote that gave us a 50%, second highest in the state renewable package in our default position in our CCA. And we also have our town council leading us to zero net energy schools and certified schools. And you are making us a safe and healthy place to live. You're also making our planet safer and healthier, and I couldn't be more grateful or more happy to have you as my town councilors. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. The next item on the agenda is item 9, which is public hearings, and 9A is a public hearing and vote on a proposed order establishing water and sewer rates and charges for fiscal year 2020, and I recognize the town manager.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of council. Tonight, the presentation, I'll provide an opening for the public hearing or speak to provide a little background information. Subsequent to that, the main presenter tonight would be Mr. Tracy, the town auditor, and the assistant town manager for finance. Just by way of background, as you recall, Mr. President, members of the council, the fiscal year 2020 water and sewer enterprise budgets were discussed at the May 28th Committee of the Whole meeting. That evening, there was a presentation on the proposed water and sewer rates and charges for fiscal year 2020. Additionally, there was a report that Mr. Tracy had forwarded along for the water and sewer rate analysis and recommendation. Subsequent to that May 28 meeting, the Honorable Town Council took formal action on the fiscal year 2020 water and sewer enterprise budgets. The dollar amount as amended was $19,340,902. So that on June 4th, that took care of the expenditure side. 2 weeks ago tonight, there was a first reading on an order establishing the water and sewer rates and charges for fiscal year 2020. The order would be tonight, that's on the, for consideration by council tonight, the rate schedules and fees designated to raise sufficient revenues to support the fiscal year 2020 operation of the services provided to the customers of the town's water and sewer system. So again, tonight's the revenue side of the equation. The expenditure dollar amount of the $19,340,902 was adopted June 4. So at this point, Mr. President, members of the council, bring forward Mr. Tracy to walk through the rest of the presentation in advance of the council president opening up the public hearing regarding the setting of fiscal year 20 water and sewer rates and charges. Mr. President.
Mr. President, members of the Town Council, tonight's presentation hearing regarding the fiscal year 2020 water sewer rates will be slightly different than the previous years. Please be advised that a handout was left in front of you to follow along during the water and sewer presentation tonight. Most of the information within the handout has been previously provided to you during the fiscal year 2020 budget process. As each of you are aware, the water and sewer rates generates most of the revenue that supports the expenditure activity within the enterprise funds. Additionally, as you are aware, and as just mentioned by the town manager, the fiscal year 2020 water and sewer expenditure budgets total $19,340,902. The top section of the first page shows the sewer budget for fiscal year 2019 and fiscal year 20. As you can see, the fiscal year 20 sewer budget that the Honorable Town Council approved on June 4th, 2019 equals $10,945,624. I'd like to point out the largest budgetary item is the MWRA sewer assessment in the amount of $6,735,163, which represents 62% of the total fiscal year 20 sewer budget. The lower section of the first page of the handout shows that the water budget for fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20, as you can see, the 20 water budget that the Honorable Town Council approved on June 4th equals $8,395,278. The largest budgetary line item is the MWRA water assessment, and in the amount of $3,899,172, which represents 46% of the total fiscal year 2020 water budget. The second page of the handout is two pie charts showing the 19 and 20 expenditure percentage of total for both water and sewer combined. As you can see, when you combine both the water and sewer budget expenditures, the NWRA assessment represents 55% of the total for fiscal year 20. In order to cover the fiscal year 2020 enterprise budgets with enough projected revenue, another variable has to be considered in the equation. That variable is consumption. When the Honorable Town Council approved the fiscal year 2019 water and sewer rates, the consumption estimate was 105.2 million cubic feet. As mentioned during the fiscal year 2020 water and sewer budget hearing on May 28th, Mr. Fox from Raftellus indicated that consumption is trending downward, not just in Watertown, but across the state. The fiscal year 2020 proposed rates are based upon an estimated consumption figure of 101.5 million cubic feet, roughly a decrease of 3.5% in the consumption estimate for fiscal year 2019. The next 4 pages in the handout show the trend that the MWRA communities in Watertown has been experiencing. The downward trend in consumption could be the result of many factors, but 2 of them is the national trend in conservation and weather-related, more specifically the wet weather that we have experienced this past spring. First page of consumption data is from the MWRA through the month of May for all of their municipal clients. Please note the MWRA data is based upon a calendar year and usage is based upon millions of gallons. The second page of the consumption data is Watertown specific. Please note the number in the upper right portion of the page, which indicates the Watertown system share is down 3.7% for the year ending May 2019 as compared to the year ending May 2018. Please be advised that the town received this data yesterday from the MWRA, so those 2 pages are new. Third page of the consumption data shows Watertown's consumption as it relates to what we bill our water customers. This data utilization is in terms of million cubic feet, which is different than how the MWRA presents theirs. As you can see, the trend is also downward. As a reminder, the estimated consumption for fiscal year 20 is 101.5 million cubic feet. The final page of consumption data is from the MWRA as compiled by Mr. Mayotte, and it shows how Watertown compares to some of our neighboring communities for the month of May 2019 versus the month of May 2018. As you can see, all the communities are experiencing a downward trend in consumption compared to the previous year. This brings us to the proposed rates for fiscal year 20. As Mr. Fox from Raftellus recommended to the town on May 28th, the rate increase for water is 2.5% and for sewer is 4.9%. For the purpose of reading in the record, I'll read the tiers. For the water, step 1 would go from $4.55 to $4.60, 6 cents, 11 cents increase. Step 2, which is from 30 cubic feet to 30,000 cubic feet, would be $7.06 to $7.24, or an 18 cents increase. And step 3 would go from $11.15 to $11.43, a 28 cents increase. Step 1 for sewer would go from $8.53 to $8.95, or a 42 cents increase. Step 2 would go from $11.02 to $11.56, for a 54-cent increase. And step 3 would go from $14.76 to $15.48, or a 72 cents increase. The tiers usage has not changed as we have in the past. Mr. President, members of the Town Council, the next to last page of the handout shows examples of what the proposed rate increase would do to a customer rate and sewer bills for fiscal year 20. Assuming a customer using 2,500 cubic feet, their quarterly water and sewer bill would increase by $13.42, or 4%. Mr. President, before I entertain any questions, and I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge that Mr. Me and Mr. Mayotte for their assistance in putting together the information for tonight's hearing, And, Mr. President, I would entertain any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you. Before we ask for questions, let's get a motion.
Mr. President, I make a motion that we adopt the fiscal year 2020 water and sewer rates as proposed.
Is there a second? Questions from the council?
Public hearing.
Councilor Feltner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if we could have a brief, I know we had a very brief during the budget explanation for the public at home. We've received a lot of questions, again, not quite understanding that even though usage rates are down, that there's an increase in the rates overall.
Costs increase roughly 4%. So consumption goes down, costs have increased, the rates have to increase. Simple as that.
And just a couple examples of what's part of the cost.
Well, the costs, and that's why the reason why tonight's presentation, I spent a lot of time on the MWRA as far as how high a percentage of the overall water and sewer budgets that both assessments in water and sewer from the MWRA is. They combine over, as I said earlier, combined, they're over 55% of the overall water and sewer budgets for fiscal year 20.
Thank you.
Councilor Falcoff.
So it's great that we reduced our consumption by almost 8%, but Weston reduced their consumption by almost 24%. So we have a ways to go, and I wonder if you could comment on that.
Well, from a financial point of view, the loss of consumption is not a good thing, because rates will go up, we need to cover the costs. But from a conservation point of view, I understand. But as we reduce it, then we're going to have larger increases in the rates to cover the revenue, or we're going to have to cut the expenditures.
Understood. As an environmentalist, I am eager to see us cut it back.
I'm going to take a guess on Weston and say that a lot of that in May had to do with sprinklers that aren't going off to water these massive lawns.
I would agree.
Councilor Donato.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question on the amendment to the fiscal year 2020 water and sewer enterprise budgets. I understand that we were going to keep the $500,000 line item for the transfer to capital projects, and then also use the $500,000 in retained earnings for water. But the amendment removed those two items from the sewer budget. So when I read the last page of the Raftalis document that was provided during the budget hearings, it notes that if the town does not use the reserves and instead pays for the budgeted capital projects through rates, then the water rate and sewer rate would greatly increase. So I guess my confusion is that the rates that are before us tonight are the same, at least I think they're the same, as the rates in the budget presentation, but if we're not using the $500,000 of retained earnings, shouldn't the sewer rate have gone up?
Counselor, because what we also did is not only use the 500,000 retained earnings, we lowered the expenditure by 500,000.
So they just cancel each other out?
Cancel each other out.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Palumbo.
Thank you. I just want to go back to it because it just seems to me that, and I know I raised this last time, and I think some of my colleagues raised it today, so, and you, Mr. Tracy said it, just, if we have to raise a certain amount of money because we have a certain amount of expenses, one way to reduce that amount of money we have to raise is to reduce the expenses. And therefore, the rate doesn't have to go up. And I understand, and you repeated it, that the bulk of the assessment, the MWRA assessments are the bulk of it. But I see sewer other expenses at $2.1 million and water expenses at $2.8 million. I just don't understand why we couldn't cut the costs that are required to be raised, the total revenues required, in order to keep the rates lower. And I just don't get I think you said it yourself. We could either make the rates go up, or else we could lower the costs. And I just don't see enough here that says to me we've taken an effort to not cause another increase for residents, and particularly businesses. I mean, those larger figures you were using were for, I assume, folks who use a lot more water. But is it that these are set in stone, these other expenses, or that we just haven't taken a look at them?
A lot of the other expenses in that section of the budget is related to debt service. So those are fixed costs, if you will, and then the other part of it is the indirect cost to the general fund as a revenue source to the general fund for indirect expenditures related to running the water and sewer. Items such as the treasurer's office, my office, personnel, health insurance being a big one, the retirement being another. So it's their prorated share. So that's what the indirect costs are. So those are the areas in the other.
Does that come, Council President?
Yes.
Does that come under sewer expenses or under the personnel, those additional ones you just mentioned?
Personnel is.
No, I mean, I should have.
The personnel costs are directly the personnel related.
Right.
The employees that are employed in DPW but who work for water and sewer.
I apologize. I meant to say that when it says sewer other expenses, is that the debt service we're talking about?
Get to that. The other expenses, the $2,127,000 for sewer and water of $2,873,000. That's a combination of debt service and indirects.
And indirects, okay. Okay, I just think that, I don't know, we do this every year, since I've been here, every year we do this, and I don't know, we just keep raising the rate, and I understand that consumption has something to do with it, but at one point, maybe we should take a harder look at the expenses that are variable, not the ones that are fixed, and maybe give taxpayers just a little bit of a break now and then, but I'll be supporting this.
Any other questions or comments? This is a public hearing. Oh, Kenny, sorry.
I'm just noting
Councilor
that.
Woodland.
Quick research indicates that the reason why Weston's probably went down so much is because they have what looks like the highest, or last year, they had the highest consumption in the state. So to go down from that level probably wasn't a big improvement. The records I saw, they're almost double the amount of per person gallon per day than Watertown. So just hung it up there.
If I could just say one thing.
Yes,
Thank you,
Councilor
Mr. President. So the one interesting thing is, some people have said, like, with all the development in town, that's why the water rates are going up. But the reality is, we've added more residential units, we've added more residents, and our water usage has gone down 500 million gallons a year. So, which I think is a testament to sort of the energy efficiency of things. But that's a lot. So to add maybe, if you think we added 1,000 new apartments, and if there's at least one person per apartment, we added 1,000 people, we use 5 million gallons less a year. So the other point I want to make is just to clarify, so, about 55% of the cost of the water and sewer system is MWRA fees, so about 45% is the other stuff. And that other stuff is really the cost to maintain our existing water and sewer system. And we've done a lot with water main replacements, sewer line replacements, rebuilding manholes and all kinds of other things, replacing older service drops, galvanized iron service drops to houses with new copper pipes. So we've actually made a tremendous investment into the infrastructure, and that fixed cost is what I believe the other 45% of.
Good part of it, good, Councilor, and I think you're also starting to segue into the next two agenda items that are coming up too.
So, which is I'm going to say the next two, but we have, I think, we have made the decision that we need to maintain our infrastructure as part of our road projects, and we have been doing that, which is why it's hard to cut those costs and maintain it at the same time. So.
Councilor Canellis.
Thank you. certainly we all feel the pinch when it comes to water and sewer rates, and we're all involved with paying, and no one's exempt from it. And I hear so many comments as to why we're assessed the amount that comes from the MWRA, and I don't condone it. But within the last month or so, I think all of us as residents received this pamphlet, Your Drinking Water, from the Massachusetts Water Resources Authority, indicating all of the ongoing projects. Many people have alluded to cleanup of Boston Harbor. It's not only cleanup of Boston Harbor, it's so many other factors that come into play of maintaining our water supply coming from the Quabbin. And on the last page, there's communication from DPW Superintendent Gerald Ma and Justin Pelletier, the Assistant Superintendent of Utilities. And I think it's important to read this material when it comes in. I saved it and wanted it for tonight's presentation. It's difficult. Certainly, we all feel it. Taxes go up, water and sewer goes up, and everybody wants quality, but we have to pay for it. And it's not easy. I don't know what else we can do. Certainly try to control costs within our own community. But, you know, as Councilor Piccirilli indicated, all of our ongoing projects in town as well, and we need to provide quality water for our residents, and no one should expect anything less. Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Any member of the public wish to be heard on this issue on water and sewer rates? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Is there any other further comments? We have a motion and a second. Can I get a roll call, please?
Council Felkoff?
Yes.
Council Feltner?
Yes.
Council Canellis?
Yes.
Council Palumbo?
Yes.
Council Piccirilli?
Yes.
Council Woodland?
Yes.
Council Bays?
Yes.
Councilor Donato?
Yes.
President Sedaris?
Yes, thank you. 9B is a public hearing and vote on a proposed order authorizing the town treasurer, with the approval of the town manager, to borrow and or expend monies in the amount of $1,050,000 under and pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 7 of the general laws, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore for the costs of sewer system improvements at various locations throughout the town. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. Just tonight, the administration's presentation, I'll provide some background information. Subsequent to that, the Department of Public Works Director of Administration and Finance, Mr. Jesse Mayotte, will make the presentation on the proposed improvements before you, and then subsequent to Mr. Mayotte's presentation, I'll close it talking about the financing of the proposed loan order. So by way of background, Mr. President, members of the council, as you recall, back on March 12th of 2019, the Honorable Town Council had adopted 29 conceptual recommendations on the fiscal year 2020 to 2024 capital improvement program. Conceptual recommendation number 24 reads in part as follows: is proceed with the fiscal year 2019 MWRA sewer inflow and infiltration local financial assistance program for $1,050,000, which consists of a $757,500 grant, which represents 75%, and a $262,500 interest-free loan. So at this point, Mr. President, I'd like to bring forward the Department of Public Works Director of Administration and Finance, Mr. Jesse Mayotte, to speak of the proposed improvements. And then subsequent to Mr. Mayotte's presentation, Mr. President, I'll speak briefly on the financing before you open up the public hearing. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mr. President, members of the council. Get this thing up here. Can hear me a little better. I think I got to hold it a little bit. I'll hold it, and that way we won't have to fumble through this. Thank you very much for your time this evening. As the manager alluded to, the sewer I&I program through the MWRA for Phase 10 has available to us, again, $1,050,000 to investigate, design, and build out projects related to sewer infrastructure. The map behind your memos tonight includes project areas. This particular application and the funds are going to be centered around CIP project area number 2, where design, investigation, and again, ultimately build out for a project will be implemented. It's good to note that so often is the case with many of these applications, they are submitted well in advance of sometimes finalizing to the last detail projects that will get implemented or built out. So I do want to always caution that things can change. For instance, if it is identified that a project is more conducive to this funding for timing and type, that it can move to another project area around town. Of course, that would be documented well in advance to any initiation of those things. But as of right now, this particular loan order for these funds is directed toward CIP project area number 2. With that, I'd be open to any questions from the president or council members.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Just prior to open up the public hearing, and then just want to provide a little background on the financing of the proposed loan order before you this evening. Certainly, I recommend pursuing the $1,050,000 from the MWRA I&I Local Financial Assistance Program. As we've stated for several budget messages now, all of the work to the water, sewer, and drain systems directly impacts the water and sewer rates. Interest-free loans and outright grants will enable the town to perform necessary work with little or minimal impact on the ratepayers, something consistent with what town councils were just discussing about the system itself during the setting of the fiscal year 2020 water and sewer rates. The cost analysis of the borrowing for the $1,050,000 were provided by the town treasurer and left in front of you this evening by Ms. Jennifer Gonzalez. Just clearly, the proposed loan order is for $1,050,000. 75% of that dollar amount, or $787,500, is an outright grant, so there'll be no repayment of that. And then the 25% of the proposed loan order of $262,500, Mr. President, would be, members of the council, would be paid for beginning in fiscal year 20 through 2024, or for 5 years, at $52,500, again, an interest-free loan. So the dollar amounts are, it's a $1,050,000 loan order, which in fact will be paying $52,500 for fiscal year 20 through fiscal year 2024. So again, I respectfully ask your favorable consideration subsequent to the public hearing, Mr. President, of the proposed loan order before the Honorable Town Council tonight. Mr. President.
Thank you. Since this is a public hearing as well, any member of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
Mr. President, I make a motion that we approve the loan order for $1,050,000 for sewer system improvements through the MWRA Infiltration and Inflow Local Assistance Program or Clean Water Trust.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Can I get a roll call, please?
Council Feltner,
Yes.
Council Pinellas.
Yes.
Council Palumbo.
Yes.
Council Picciarelli.
Yes.
Council Woodland.
Yes.
Council Bays.
Yes.
Council Donato.
Yes.
Council Falcoff.
Yes.
President Sedaris.
Yes, thank you. Next item is 9C, which is a public hearing and vote on a proposed order authorizing the town treasurer, with the approval of the town manager, to borrow and/or expend monies in the amount of $500,000 under and pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 8 of the general laws, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore for the costs of water system improvements at various locations throughout the town. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. Again, this was the first reading 2 weeks ago this evening on June 11. As just stated before in item 9B, The proposal tonight is related to the Honorable Town Council's conceptual recommendation number 24. The second part of that conceptual recommendation reads as follows, is plus proceed with the fiscal year 2019 MWRA Local Water System Assistance Program $500,000 interest-free loan to replace outdated, unlined cast iron water mains. Again, consistent with what we just did in the previous loan order, Mr. President, subsequent to Mr. Mayotte presentation on the proposed improvements tonight, I would then close the administration's presentation in discussing the financing of it. So at this point, Mr. President, members of the council, Mr. Jesse Mayotte, the Department of Public Works Director of Public Administration and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. President, members of the council, much like the MWRA sewer funding, the water funding is flexible and can be used for a number of different water-related CIP items. In this particular case, it can be used for design, construction, investigation, again, for things along those lines. For the FY20, we're looking at applying this funding to the Essex Street, Oak Street, and Pine Street project areas. This may sound familiar, as I believe last year these were the identified project areas as well. But as I alluded to with the sewer project areas, often, as is the case, these applications are submitted well in advance before final design or final direction or recommendations are given for project areas. In this particular case, midstream in investigating these areas, the engineering folks decided it would be better to execute a project at Piermont and Tappan for this particular construction season, and that project is underway this week. With that being said, we're going to take FY20 to then build out or explore projects in the Essex, Oak, and Pine Street areas again for FY20 using this funding. So with that, Mr. President, members of the council, I'd entertain any questions.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, in closing, Mr. President, again, the proposed loan order tonight for the $500,000 of an interest-free loan program. Ms. Gonzalez had provided information. This would be a 10-year interest-free program beginning in fiscal year 20. The $500,000 would be paid $50,000 a year, beginning in fiscal year 2020 through fiscal year 2029. As indicated before, certainly recommend pursuing the $500,000 from the MWRA Local Water System Assistance Program. Funding from this program would certainly all the work to the water, sewer, and drain systems directly impacts the water and sewer rates. The interest-free loans and outright grants will enable the town to perform the necessary work with little or minimal impact on the ratepayers. So that's the presentation of the administration, Mr. President, before opening up for a public hearing.
Thank you. Since this is a public hearing as well, I now open it up to the public for any comments or questions. Seeing none, can I get a motion?
Mr. President, I make a motion that we approve the loan order for $500,000 for the water system improvements through the MWRA's Local Water System Assistance Program or Clean Water Trust.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor Canellis and then Councilor Palumbo.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President, to Mr. Mayotte. There were test borings done at these locations within the last 4 or 5 months, and it was indicated that it might be for future work. I presume that this is what we're talking about.
Yes, absolutely.
Can you elaborate a little bit more specific to Oak Street? During the past 10 years or so, we've had flooding in the area. What you're proposing to do, assist to reduce the flooding? I don't know whether I can say eliminate the flooding.
At this point, I don't know exactly what the specifics of the proposal would be. I could defer to the superintendent. I'm not sure that we have gotten that far in the process just yet. Anything addition to add to that?
Thank you. Mr. President, councilors, to answer your question, the Essex Street, Oak Street, and Pine Street is a water project, so there's no relationship to the drain system or the flooding in that area there, too. We've been looking in that area at a number of issues as far as the catch basins and the line clearing, and that will continue. But this particular project on Oak Street will not address that situation.
I'm looking at the June 5th memo along with all of this material, it talks about water main cleaning, replacement, slip lining of unlined water mains, but the water main cleaning, that wouldn't be done?
That's a number of different processes that we use. I believe on Oak Street, we're doing a replacement, but what you referred to there are all the processes that we can use that are acceptable under the MWRA program. All are related to water, a closed system, sanitary water, drinking water, potable water, not related to the drain system.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Palumbo?
This is just a quick question for my own information. Is there any requirements that we have to meet in order to access the $787,500 in grants and the $762,500 in interest-free loans? Do we have to do anything, or do we just apply for it?
We have to satisfy the requirements of the application, which are related to project proposals and identification. So there are a number of different criteria that need to be satisfied via the application process with the MWRA, and that is revisited along the way before final award is given.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilor Canillas?
Yes.
Councilor Palumbo?
Yes.
Councilor Patriarch?
Yes.
Councilor Woodland?
Yes.
Councilor Bays?
Yes.
Councilor Donato?
Yes.
Councilor Falcoff?
Yes.
Councilor Feltner?
Yes.
President Sederis?
Yes, thank you. The next item on the agenda is a public hearing and vote on a proposed order establishing the salary for school committee members. Myself and School Committee Chair John Ports will be presenting the information this evening. First, I want to apologize for not providing more information last week. So I'll take the blame for that, and John and I had this discussion today. I just want to give a broad overview of this. This is done according to the charter that the council would have to approve the salary, and the salary would not take effect until January 1st of next year, because you cannot give the current school committee members a salary. This is the same as the town council. The last time the school committee adjusted their salary was in 2008, which brings it to a current level of $3,200. As Mr. Ports pointed out, and he's going to speak to this evening, there has, since 2008, there have been some changes that affect the school committee, one of them being there are significantly more time challenges with meetings that have to be taking place, unlike in the past where, for example, the school committee usually took July and August completely off and had one meeting a month the rest of the year. That's changed a lot. This was brought to our attention by a couple of current school committee members who have young children, and given the fact that they're going to an additional number of meetings per month, it was becoming a little bit of a challenge with child care costs to get babysitters and so forth. And in discussions at the subcommittee, we had concerns that we may be closing out good young parents that may want to serve on the school committee because of the fact that they can't justify paying a babysitter to come and do a volunteer, basically, for the community. It's not really a volunteer, it is a stipend, but it shouldn't have to cost someone money, and we should not try to preclude good people that have children from sitting in these seats. The $4,500 request, again, can't be increased for at least another 2 years, consistent with the way the charter works. So if this increase is approved by the council, this is also carried in the school budget, it can't be increased again till 2 years later. So the number may be a little bit higher than if we did compounding with annual increases, but the fact is that this can't be changed for a minimum of 2 years afterwards, and may not get changed for another 6 or 7, the way things seem to go, including the same thing happened on the council. So I'm now going to recognize School Committee Chair John Ports to help me finish this presentation and then open it up for a public hearing. John.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said pretty much everything that I was going to say, so I would just reiterate. Again, I apologize. I should have given some more information earlier last week in this process, but I think as Council President said, there are kind of two main factors we looked at, and as the first one he mentioned, I think in particular, the increase in time commitment that has come with the school committee. We typically now, used to be that we would meet once a month, and then typically not in the summer, but we now meet, in addition to summer meetings, we also meet, typically have about 3, maybe 4 months during the year, the school year, where we meet twice. And so that's a significant change from even 5 years ago. And then the other factor, as Council President mentioned, is the kind of rising costs for everybody, but also, in particular, school committees, it's not unusual. This year, this school committee has more than perhaps in the past, but to have younger members of the committee who have younger children or who end up with childcare responsibilities. And so that's one factor also that I think is a bit of a driver here, that trying to make sure that people are not kind of losing money, if you will, to serve on the school committee, and wanting to make sure that it's a position that's open to anybody, kind of regardless of their economic circumstances. So I'll leave it at that, and then people have questions, I'm happy to respond to them.
Before let's get a motion on the floor, and then we can have a discussion and open it up for a public hearing.
Mr. President, I make a motion that we adopt the ordinance establishing a increase in the salary of school committees members to $4,500 per member, effective January 1st, 2020.
Is there a second? Let me also explain that I do not count as a school committee salary. It comes under the town council, just for clarification purposes. Do we have questions from the council at this point? Councilor Woodland.
Just noting that this is extremely reasonable. It's very straightforward. I'd vote for more. Just noting it. Like you said, you shouldn't be. No, everyone's doing this because they care about the town, the council and the school committee, and you shouldn't be putting yourself into a deficit because you want to give more back. And making this adjustment seems very fair and reasonable, and will be in the best interest of taxpayers and the boards that they serve on. So, very happy to support this.
Any other questions or comments? Councilor Donato?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say I appreciate all of the hard work and the long hours the school committee members put into their job, and I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Councilor Falcoff?
Yeah, I think what the school committee's contending with this year is unlike anything that we've ever seen before, with all the school projects, and a tremendous amount of work, and thank you for your service to Watertown.
Any other comments? Councilor Felder.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, thank you for your service, and I appreciate the background materials, even though they're last hour. It would have been great, I guess, to also include Watertown in that chart to compare with all the work you did on the other towns. But again, thank you for your service, and I'll be supporting the increase.
Are there any other comments? This is a public hearing. Is there any member of the public that wish to be heard on this? Seeing none, can I get a roll call, please?
Councilor Palumbo?
Yes.
Councilor Picciarelli?
Yes.
Councilor Woodland?
Yes.
Councilor Bays?
Yes.
Councilor Donato?
Yes.
Councilor Falcoff?
Yes.
Councilor Feltner?
Yes.
Councilor Canellis?
Yes.
President Zaderis?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
All right,
Potts.
thank you very much.
The next item on the agenda is a do-over, and the manager will go over it. And this is a public hearing and vote on a proposed loan order authorizing the town treasurer, with the approval of the town manager, to borrow and/or expend monies in the amount of $12,441,016 under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, subsection 7, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, for the purpose of paying costs of designer services related to the design, construction, addition to, and/or renovation of the three elementary schools. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. As you just indicated, Mr. President, 2 weeks ago tonight, under communications from the town manager, I informed the community that the town council had, back at the May 14th town council meeting, had actually approved a proposed loan, as the president just outlined, for the dollar amount of $12,441,16 to pay for the cost of design service related to the three elementary school project. One of the things we were doing, and we discussed, which I'll talk about financing in a bit, but we were preparing to issue the temporary borrowing of the bond anticipation note this month. And during the preparation, it was to determine that the required public hearing that was published in the newspaper related to the school planning loan order indicated an incorrect date for such public meeting. Therefore, as a result of that, bond counsel had advised the town that we would need to publish an effective notice of another hearing on the loan order, hold another public hearing in accordance with that notice, and adopt the loan order by 2/3 of the entire council, not just the members in attendance, roll call vote, in order for the debt for such school planning to be authorized and available for borrowing. So, again, the first reading was held way back on April 23rd. As indicated 2 weeks ago tonight, we did advertise in the Watertown Tab and Press on Friday, June 14th, of this public hearing this evening, where town council, as the president alluded to, it's going to be a do-over. In discussions earlier today with the council president, what I would suggest doing for the record, Mr. President, members of the council, is that I'll kind of restate what was stated back at the May 14th meeting. The presenters tonight would be, I'd provide an opening of the historical background on it. Then, as he did at the May 14th town council meeting, the town council president, Mark Sideris, will speak as the school building chairman, and also will provide further remarks of Mr. Dunlap, the principal architect for AI3, during his presentation. Subsequent to Mr. Sideris' remarks on his prior comments, as well as Mr. Dunlap's, I would close the public hearing, or the administration's presentation, into speaking about the financing of the proposed $12.4 million borrowing. So, by way of background, Mr. President, members of the council, this goes back to 2017, where the public schools, the town through the public schools, had been looking for an owner's project manager services, or an OPM, as well as looking for designer services for the design, construction, addition to, and renovation of our three elementary schools. Town council in October of 17 and December of 17 had approved a transfer of funds, almost $4 shy of $150,000, as well as a loan order for $1,378,599 to move forward with the design of that. Subsequent to those two actions, it was necessary to move forward with the establishment of a school building committee. The 13 appointments were made in March 2018 that include the Honorable Town Council President Mark Sideris, Town Council Vice President Vincent Picciarelli, School Committee Member John Ports, and School Committee Member Lindsay Mosca. The committee is the representative of the town in all dealings with the architect. Subsequent to that, moving forward in December 2018, the Honorable Town Council adopted and ranked the fiscal year 2020 budget policy guidelines. The top-ranked budget policy guideline 2A reads as follows: continue to develop Building for the Future initiative funding in collaboration with the School Building Committee for the three elementary schools project by formalizing the proposal to use funds redirected from the retirement appropriation when the pension fund is fully funded, while also paying down the OPEB liability, and for the MSBA high school project with proposed debt exclusion funding. Subsequent to that, Mr. President, members of the Town Council, the School Building Committee has met 20 times beginning in March 2018 through early January, and certainly many other meetings since then. On January 23rd, the School Building Committee had adopted a motion that endorsed and recommended a conceptual and schematic design and cost estimate. That endorsed conceptual and schematic design, including all new construction of the Hosmer and Cunniff schools and a comprehensive renovation in addition to the Lowell School, The proposed projects would create modern, forward-thinking facilities and associated site amenities that meet the educational, neighborhood, energy-efficient, and recreational goals established through a public process of meetings and forums. These projects are part of a long-term vision of providing outstanding education, recreation, and healthy neighborhoods throughout the town, and will serve the town for many decades. The approximately $170 million cost estimated included the total project cost representative of the buildings, site work, furniture, technology, and all associated costs of the completed occupied facilities. Subsequent to the School Building Committee's action on January 23rd, I had recommended on January 31 of moving forward with the School Building Committee endorsed conceptual and schematic design and include funding of $170 million for the 3 elementary school project in the proposed fiscal year 20 to 24 capital program, and all of this project to be done within the confines of Proposition 2.5. Moving ahead, subsequent to the Council's conceptual recommendation adoption in March, the conceptual recommendation number 18 reads as follows: concur with the decision to proceed with the Building for the Future initiative, $170 million for the 3 elementary school project funding within the confines of Proposition 2.5. As a follow-up to that conceptual recommendation, I respectfully recommend moving forward with Amendment 1 to the contract for design of service for the elementary school building project with AI3 Architects to include the scope of services associated with design development through completion phases. That dollar amount was $12,441,16. So at this point, prior to speaking about financing of the proposed loan order, Mr. President, turn it back to you as Town Council President, but also in the role of School Building Committee Chairman.
Thank you. I'm not going to get up at the podium like I did the last time. I just want to go over some statements that I made, statements that Mr. Dunlap made, and they were actually part of the minutes, just so that we can understand what we're doing here. I stated that the committee began looking at renovations only to the 3 buildings, renovations and some expansions, and found that this did not provide for much that would make the buildings to be a good upgrade and not significantly improved. So a new approach was taken to consider building a couple of new schools at the Cunniff and the Hosmer, and renovating extensively the Lowell School, as it is a historically significant building. This then allowed the committee to work on sustainable buildings with LEED certification, LEED Silver certification and above, which, on a side note, last week we actually voted to, our goals are LEED Gold and Net Zero, 2 new buildings. So we're moving in that direction, and I thank the committee for that, and John Ports and the Sustainability Committee. The committee worked hard to alleviate the concerns of some of the neighborhoods by having some of the neighborhood meetings, and feels that this proposal will benefit the community. And I, at that time, asked for favorable consideration of this loan order, and I'm again asking for favorable consideration tonight. Mr. Dunlap of AI3 then made a presentation stating that the committee wanted to help restore the neighborhoods, return more green space, create a better environment, make a commitment to educating and learning, and establish a policy of sustainability of net zero. He displayed many renovation options considered for each school, and then presented the desired designs. The kind of school would be moved closer to Ridgelawn to create more green space, maintain parking and stormwater drainage, add large photovoltaic array for LEED Gold standard for energy efficiency, and create an interior conducive to learning. The building's footprint will be reduced and will be a 3-story site with a better parking and circulation pattern. The Hosmer plan was to place it to get the best site fit, to create the most green space, the best circulation pattern and parking conditions, and to establish the best conditions for learning. The building will have 2 entrances, one for the K-5 program and one for the early education program. A glass walkway and an outdoor courtyard below will join the 2 buildings. There will be a learning gardens and outdoor learning courtyards. The existing playfields will have a better orientation, and the grounds will have more green space. With the Lowell, the concept was to add the smallest addition while maintaining the educational program and to add green space. There will be an outdoor learning courtyard between the addition and the original facade, and the addition will be a learning commons surrounded by classrooms. Mr. Dunlap explained that the next step is to complete the design development. It will take about a year to complete the construction documents to be ready for bid. Construction will take approximately 2 years for the Hosmer School, 1 year for the Cuniff School, and 18 months for the Lowell School. The building committee is considering accelerating the construction with the goal of maintaining quality and a safe school environment. I'll now turn it back over to the town manager.
Well, yeah, thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. Just the final, prior to open up for the public hearing this evening, I just want to kind of briefly speak that we spoke back on May 14th. The town would be, with the town's favorable consideration, Honorable Town Council's favorable consideration of the proposed loan order for the $12.4 million, would be looking to issue a bond anticipation note, which is a ban, if you will, for approximately 1 year or 11 months, and then permanently borrowing the $12.4 million with upcoming proposed loan orders related to construction of the 3 elementary school project. At this point, the first principal payment of the repayment of the $12.4 million would begin in fiscal year 2021 and run through fiscal year 2040. We did provide the report, the cost analysis of borrowing from Town Treasurer Collector Ms. Jennifer Gonzalez at the May 14th, and it's been provided again this evening. Again, Mr. President, members of the council, all of this work would be done within the confines of Proposition 2.5. As I indicated at the May 14th meeting, it will restate with the full funding of the pension liability, we'd have the monies to be able to do this, and certainly based on Town Council's budget policy guideline. As I indicated on May 14th, I want to once again express my profound thanking of Mr. Dunlap for his talented service, the school building committee for their tireless efforts, the town council for their leadership, and lastly, and most importantly, the taxpayers for their support. So, Mr. President, members of council, respectfully ask the favorable consideration of the proposed loan order for $12,441,16 to move forward with the paying the cost of the designer services related to the design, construction, addition, renovation of our 3 elementary school project. Mr. President, that completes the administration's presentation before the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. This is a public hearing. If there's any member of the public that wishes to be heard on this at this time, Mr. Ports.
So, John Ports, School Committee, I just want to make sure I get it on record again, because that's what we're doing here. Just from the School Committee, thank you very much to the council, and certainly thank you to the manager, and thank you to the community for the support for this project. This is as has been mentioned, this is a kind of an important early step for the elementary schools, but very exciting, and as the council president mentioned, over the next several years, there's going to be some real transformation of those buildings. So it's very exciting. It's great for the education in this community, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? I close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
Mr. President, once again, motion that we approve the loan order for $12,441,016 for designer services for the 3 elementary school projects.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Councilor Palumbo.
Thank you. I'm just very happy that we're using the same architecture firm with Mr. Dunlap has done such a great job. And I think all I have heard is compliments from people about his work. So I just want to say that. I did want to just take a look at the financing of this. I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. For us to borrow the $12,441,000.16, our interest payments are $5,867,145. Is that correct? So in order to borrow that amount of money, we must pay for that. That's the interest payments?
Mr. President, I didn't hear all of if you could cite it again, Mr. Council Plummer, I just didn't hear the question.
I just want to make sure I understand the interest payments correctly, that to borrow the $12,441, we have to pay an 5,876. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mr. President, again, just to back to Council Palumbo, for the folks at home, we're providing a cost analysis of the borrowing. The dollar amounts here are certainly, if you will, that would be if we're borrowing at a 4.5% interest rate. When we get to one of the other items coming up, we borrowed significantly less than that. That's an estimate, a very, very conservative estimate. What we would be looking to do, just by way of background, would be looking to borrow the $12.4 million for on about a year, which would cost us approximately a little less than $300,000. If we were going to permanently borrow the $12.4 million by itself, we would need to pay it back within 5 years, and that's just too aggressive. So we will look to do that with the construction funding and roll this into some of the construction funding. But the dollar amount estimate here, albeit very, very conservative, is an interest rate at 4.5%, and we sold notes last week for well under 2%. So, but the dollar amount estimate to Council Palumbo is correct. If it was 4.5%, that's what it would cost us to borrow over the 20 years.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Could I have one? Yes. If this is out of order, please tell me, but I know that the committee recently approved the OPM, and I just was wondering whether we have approved the funding for the OPM yet, for the new project, Opera's project manager. Have we gone to?
We have not.
We have not. Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Roll call, please.
Council Picciarelli?
Yes.
Council Woodland?
Yes.
Council Bays?
Yes.
Council Donato?
Yes.
Council Falcoff?
Yes.
Council Feltner?
Yes.
Council Canellis?
Yes.
Council Palumbo?
Yes.
President Sedaris?
Yes, thank you. On to item 10, which is motions, orders, and resolutions. And 10A is a resolution authorizing a transfer of funds in order to fund the Joint Labor Management Committee Arbitration Award in the matter of the arbitration between the Police Association and the Town of Watertown. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council, the audience here, and the audience at home. Tonight, bringing forward, as the President indicated, a resolution authorizing the transfer of funds in order to fund a Joint Labor Management Committee arbitration award for the period of time with the Police Association from the period of time July 1, 2016 through June 30th, 2019. The award is as follows. For wages beginning on July 1, 2016, it would be a 2.25% increase. July 1, 2017 would be a 2% wage increase, and July 1, 2018 would be a 2% wage increase. With respect to the education incentive, effective July 1, 2016, the education incentive would be increased as follows. An associate's degree, the level would increase by $500, bachelor's $1,000, and master's $1,500. Additionally, another provision within the award was the town may implement biweekly pay upon the issuance of a retroactive payments pursuant to the arbitration award. With respect to in-house training, when in-house training is conducted during the day shift and for less than 4 hours, one officer undergoing the training will count for minimum manning. With respect to another provision within the arbitration award is the tuition loan program. That will be eliminated except for officers who are already undertaking a course of study in reliance on the benefit as of January 1, 2017, unless the parties negotiate a mutually acceptable agreement to continue the program within 30 days of this decision. Under the provisions of Chapter 1073 of the Acts of 1973, once an arbitration award is issued, I'm required to submit to the Town Council within 30 days of the issuance of the award a request for appropriation to fund the award and to recommend approval of the same. By way of background, the award was received on June 5th, and tonight is June 25, so certainly within the 30 days. Consistent with this obligation tonight of submitting and recommending for approval a transfer for necessary to fund the award. Very briefly, the background of the monies by fiscal year to fund the award would be as follows. Fiscal year 2017, the dollar amount would be $127,117. The fiscal year 2018 dollar amount would be $226,619. The fiscal year 2019 dollar amount would be $324,767. The three-year cost of the arbitration award would be $678,503. Just by way of background, again, this is with the Watertown Police Association, which is made up of 51 members. And therefore, as I indicated, the fund award, I'll speak to the transfer in a moment, Mr. President, bringing in consistent with the requirements of Chapter 1073 at Access 73, I recommend the approval of the transfer before you. If not approved and pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 1073 of the Acts of 1973, the matter is returned to the parties for further bargaining. But tonight, Mr. President, members of the council, I urge your support of the agreement. The agreement is fair to the taxpayers of Watertown, the town, and the union, and its members alike. So the proposed transfer tonight, Mr. President, would be, the dollar amount would be $678,503 from the fiscal year 2019 Town Council Reserve to various police department fiscal year 2019 and prior year, 15 different accounts. I won't read all of them, Mr. President. So again, I respectfully ask Town Council's favorable consideration of funding this arbitration award that was issued by the Joint Labor Management Committee. Mr. President.
Thank you. Can I get a motion on the resolution?
Mr. President, I make a motion that we approve the transfer of $678,503 to fund the arbitration award for the Watertown Police Association.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor Picciarelli.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be supporting this. I believe the wage increase in the arbitration award is fair, as it is consistent with what every other union in town got, and I'm satisfied with the flat rate increases to the education, three education incentive levels, and I think that is fair also.
Are there any other comments? Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilor Woodman?
Yes.
Councilor Bays?
Yes.
Councilor Donato?
Yes.
Councilor Felter?
Yes.
Councilor Feltner?
Yes.
Councilor Canellis?
Yes.
Councilor Palumbo?
Yes.
Councilor Picciarelli?
Yes.
Councilor Sideris?
Present. I'm sorry, yes. Yes.
You sure?
Okay. 10B is a resolution authorizing a transfer of funds in the amount of $284,500 from the fiscal year 2019 Town Council Reserve to the fiscal year 2019 Transfer to Capital Projects Victory Field Phase 2 account in order to proceed with the Victory Field Phase 2 project. Mr. Manager.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. Again, the presentation tonight, I'll provide some opening remarks or background, historical background to it. Subsequent to that, Mr. Glenn Howard, Principal Landscape Architect from CDM Smith, will make a presentation, and then I would close the administration's presentation speaking to the proposed transfer of funds before you. By way of background, the final report of the Ad Hoc Committee on Victory Field Phase 2 was approved by the committee on June 28 of 2018. Subsequent to that, the Honorable Town Council accepted the recommendations included in the final report at their August 14, 2008 meeting. Recommendation number 53 of the final report, Ad Hoc Committee report, reads as follows: recommended the Ad Hoc Committee reconvene at key milestones such as 25%, 50%, 90% design stage to review conceptual design and provide feedback. As a follow-up to that recommendation, the Ad Hoc Committee on the Victory Field Phase 2 met on May 1st for an informational presentation by CDM Smith on the 25% Victory Field Phase 2. Conceptual recommendation number 3 on the fiscal year 2020 to 2024 capital improvement program reads as follows. recommend to proceed with the fiscal year 2017 loan order for Victory Field Phase 2 for $3 million in accordance with the final report of the Ad hoc Committee on Victory Field Phase 2 dated June 28, as approved by Town Council on August 14 of 2018. So at this point, Mr. President, I'd like to bring forward Mr. Glenn Howard, the Principal Landscape Architect from CDM Smith to make a presentation, and then I would speak on the proposed transfer subsequent to Mr. Howard's presentation. Mr. President.
Thank you. Technical difficulties. Turn the AB switch. I think she did. Do you have some handouts? Why don't we do it with the handouts, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, Mr. President, Honorable Town Council members, thank you for the opportunity to present on Victory Field Phase 2 Improvements Project and potentially move the project forward. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. I want to thank the council also for the hands-on contributions that you made during this process. I hope you will remember those meetings as fun and educational. I think you made a great commitment and a great contribution to the project. I have a short presentation, a couple of slides that you now have in the form of a handout. I apologize for the technical difficulties. Just a quick update on where we're at, and then I have a couple of slides on the general improvements we're doing. I would like to go through them. I'll just read through them for people at home, and then a couple of graphics that I can review and just kind of, we can go back, and if anyone has questions on any of the specific improvements, we can look at those. So, just a general update. In 2018, there were several ad hoc committee meetings. The ad hoc committee was formed at the direction of the Town Council. We pretty much reviewed every element within Victory Field. Oh, great. Excuse me. It's, oh, that was some.
That's right. Just on our report.
So we pretty much went through every improvement during the committee meetings. Most of the decisions were made and voted on by the committee during that process. There were 3 or 4 items that we, to this point, have still been sent back. I asked to provide some alternatives, and I'll mention those as we get into this a little further. On May 1st, we presented the colored concept rendering with the 25% progress plans, with some alternatives for the entrance and a shared use driveway. That 2 of the items we've been sent back to look at a little further. Our direction at that 25% meeting was to move forward, come to Town Council, make a presentation, and the committee would like to see updates at the 50% and the 90% stage. So we've submitted scope and budget to move forward with final design. Quickly, I'll just run through some of the primary elements. I think most everybody's familiar with the Victory Field in general. If you're looking down at Victory Field from the sky view from an airplane, overall, it's not going to look that much different, but we've come up with a lot of ideas and a lot of improvements that are from the ground level, and as you enter the park and as you enjoy some of the amenities, it's going to look quite a bit different. We're going to maintain the natural grass athletic field that's there, basically the same size, be irrigated. There'll be the 400-meter track's going to be renovated, pretty much intact. We're adding 2 sprint lanes on the straightaway, so that's about the only difference. But again, it'll be a complete reconstruction, not just coming in and doing resurfacing of the rubber. 5 tennis courts pretty much in place where they are now, and the basketball courts completely reconstructed. The entrance driveway is not going to change configuration much, but that's one of the more interesting elements that came out of the design process with the committee. We're going to look at improving it to a complete streets and shared use concept, and later in your handout there, you'll see an example of what we're thinking of doing there. We're looking at providing more of a gateway entrance off Orchard Street, and I do have a handout. It's in the handout also, and we're looking at secondary entrance on Marion Road as kind of a gate, so more of a gateway as you enter the park from both ends. 500 square foot storage building, additional spectator bleachers and benches throughout the park. There'll be a shade pavilion, 20 by 20 square shade pavilion with picnic tables, game tables, rain garden by the basketball court, potential stormwater infiltration system for the tennis courts. And I'll talk a little bit about that when we get to the cost and schedule a little bit more. There'll be significant improved pedestrian circulation with new walkways and connections to the park elements. 50 new trees, new decorative fencing along Orchard Street. We're going to take out that old chain link fence and put some piers and nice decorative fencing, probably similar to what we did at Filipello along Grove Street. New concrete fence and curb along the Marion property line, landscape screening near the adjacent tot lot. One of the big significant changes, all the overhead wires that are out there right now are going to be taken out, and all the power is going to be underground. So that's going to open everything up and really improve the aesthetics. The sports field will be lit. The courts will be lit. That's a change from what's there now. The courts are lit, but there'll be a new sports field lighting system. And then a lot of decorative lighting throughout the park. The next handout is the general concept plan, and like I said, if you're just looking at this from the existing conditions, overall from a site plan standpoint, it's not changing a whole lot. The next slide is what I had spoken about the shared use concept. My colleague Nick Watkins is here. He did a lot of creative ideas coming up with some of these things. If you have specific questions for that, we can talk a little bit about that after the presentation. But in general, it's just a lot of kids, a lot of people are walking down the entrance drive now. So if you've been out there, there's always people. There's a lot of conflicts with vehicles. So we're looking at doing something that makes the entrance shared use, makes it safer to pedestrians, and provide some decorative, some lighting and bollards and change. It'll be kind of concrete paving. It's going to be nice, like more of a plaza feel, something that'll slow down the vehicles. And the next handout slide is just, these were a couple of the concepts that it got something like these, it got narrowed down to for the counselors that were at the very last summary meeting that we presented at. We had several of these, and it kind of got narrowed down to a couple of gateway options off of Orchard Street, and we'll be moving the cannon, potentially moving the cannon up and making that more visible and making that more of an element. It is Victory Field, trying to highlight the theme of the park. So we'll be going back with these at the next ad hoc committee meeting with a little bit of refine, try to come up with a final decision on that. Final handout slide. So typically, and I apologize, typically we come to a 25% with a pretty good cost estimate, or at least a preliminary cost estimate. But there's a couple of things. I mentioned the stormwater infiltration system. Based on stormwater ordinance here in town, we need to do our best to reduce the stormwater flows. And one of the ways we're going to try to do that is a fairly significant infiltration system to take all the stormwater from the tennis courts. There is some additional data collection we need to do. We need to get out there and do some physical test bits, go down to the depth that we'd be infiltrating to. With the boring information that we got several years ago, it doesn't look like we've got really good depth to groundwater to accommodate the kind of infiltration system we'd like to do. But that's also a $300,000 or $400,000 item. So that's one item that kind of makes it difficult for us to put cost to this right now, along with the issues with the entrance and the shared use drive. There's still a lot of things that are in the planning stage, so we request that we get to 50%, we get this a little bit more refined, and then we'll even have a better cost estimate. We'll probably be able to narrow down a contingency to more like 15% instead of 25%, which we would have anyway. But we have been looking, we have that budget of $3 million construction, that's what we've been thinking about. And I think when we come back to the ad hoc committee meeting, if it looks like we can do something like that infiltration system and it's adding a large cost, we'll probably come back to this body and update on the cost there too. Potential schedule, if we're under contract mid-July to move forward with 50% design, we need about 2 months to go back to the committee with that design and update. And then we would need another 2 to 3 months to go from 50% to 90%. So we'd be looking at late November where we would start our quality review process, provide the plans to DPW for their review, stormwater, and all the other in-town reviews. And then CDM Smith has a pretty lengthy quality review process that we do also. So all this pretty much, if everything went on schedule, we would be able to bid the project in early January with a early February construction start, probably removals and demo. It doesn't make a lot of sense to try to even push that. We don't really want to see the park closed. I know people park there in the wintertime, and everything would be fenced off. So the cost, the benefits to the costs associated with trying to push that even forward to pick up an extra month, I've kind of thought through this, and the benefit really isn't there. But that would be your decision. Construction start late February. Construction is probably about a 6-month period, which actually times fairly well with use of the park and the school athletics, which would pretty much say we'd probably have late August 2020. So basically almost a year from now, we'd be getting close to being done in the fall. And we wouldn't, we'd sod the athletic field, but we would not recommend actually playing athletic sports on that field until spring, the following spring, 2021. But you could open that field probably 2 or 3 weeks after the sod is down next fall for just casual use. So with that, I said I would keep it short. If there's any questions, did we get this up and running so the public could see some of these?
That was, yeah. Questions from the council. Councilor Falcoff.
Hi. Thanks for all your work on this. It was a little confusing because the slides there didn't match the handout here, and
Sorry.
that's minor. But so every so often I drive past Victory Field at 9:30 or 9 o'clock at night, and the lights are blaring, and there's nobody in sight. Will that be improved?
Yeah, significantly. So, first of all, there's going to be, not to answer that exactly, but a couple improvements on the lights. They're going to be LED lights, and the committee actually got out there one day, and we had a light fixture put in place so everybody could get an idea of the spill. And that's kind of very important to the neighbors. But one of the things, there's also going to be control systems that motion detectors and people are going to be able to actually turn the light on when they come in. And I think we had said they were going to be on a timer. There'd be like a timer involved, but there was multiple ways that they could. I don't remember whether it was. I don't.
On the tennis courts, so there'll be a
Right,
push-on
not the field.
button that would time out after about 20 minutes.
But the fields would have a low-level lighting just for when people want to use the track. And so when the sports field's not on, it will have all the control link system that Mr. Santola currently uses at some of the other sites. It'll be the Musco system with the control link, so he'll be able to turn it on and off and set schedules.
Well, it's more the turf field where the lights are blaring is the wrong word because lights don't blare, but they're like way, way too bright.
Yeah, the LED lighting is going to
Okay,
dramatic
so
improvements to.
as well as an on switch, there will be an off switch.
That was why I was pointing at Councilor Piccirilli, because I don't remember whether, I remember them talking about being able to turn it on, but I think it was going to be on a timer.
Timer to turn off.
Yeah.
If I may, I just want to clarify, this project, Victory Field Phase 2, does not include replacing the lights on the artificial turf field, so just to be clear.
Oh, when will that be done? If ever? Or
You'll have to deal with the town manager on that.
I will talk to him about that. Okay. And secondly, this cover picture, is this like a real picture?
Yeah, that's a current
It's-
aerial photo.
It disturbs me that it's so brown in the middle. Can you do some fake coloring?
I think that's one of those artistic and professional kind of things where you kind of make it look a little worse that it.
Yes,
actually,
right,
that
that's
is
what I thought was happening. And
that is an aerial photo. That is what it looks like at certain times of the year, and then you're going to see what it looks like when this is all in place in 2 years.
But sometimes it looks green, right?
Oh, yes.
I mean, I think it's disturbing to me to look at the contrast between the brown and the beautiful green in that picture, so.
Yeah, but it's just in existing conditions.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councilor Donato?
Thank you, Mr. President. I know you alluded to the fact that we're going to tighten up the budget as we get a little further along in the planning process. One question I had for you is, I think it was at our last council meeting, we actually ended up rejecting the bid that we received for road reconstruction projects. And one of the reasons was because the bid came in so high because there were so few companies that do that type of work, the road reconstruction work. So I guess a concern I have when I'm just looking at this, the $3 million planning budget or whatever it ends up being, are there sufficient companies out there that do this that we're not going to run into a problem where the budget's going to potentially spiral out of control due to the fact that we only receive, a low number of bids?
Yeah, I think this is a good-sized project, and there are a lot of general contractors that do park and recreation renovation. There's nothing here that would really be limiting, no individual feature that would be limiting. So I think we'll get a good set of contractors interested.
Thank you.
Councilor Palumbo?
Again, thank you for all your work, and as I mentioned earlier, thank you for the work on the dog park. It was wonderful, and I assume the same will happen here. I just want to take a note that, once again, we put the difficult part of this being on Peter Santola, our Director of Recreation. So if I read this correctly, the field will be out of use from February of 2020. And if we can't play on it, I mean, you can walk on it, but if you can't have teams on it till the spring of 2021. So basically, for a full year, Peter has to reorganize. Is that correct?
Correct, yes. That's our recommendation. You may get other professionals that say, well, if you get, once it's in for 4 or 6 weeks, you could play a game on it. Our recommendation is a season. So once the sod is down, you really want to give it one season for growing, which would be in this case the fall season, and then see. It's weather dependent too. If we have we've had a pretty bad spring this year. If that happens again, you're going to really want to inspect and be very careful when you actually start playing on it.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Feltner?
Thank you very much. I know we're only 25% design. I know that I see that the high jump and long jump, pole vault and high jump, those are two different pits and two different sets of pads, or are we at that kind of detail yet?
Yeah, it's all pole vault pads. We went through lengthy discussions about that. They will not be stored on site. A high jump pad, they're separate pads, separate elements related to each of those. The pole vault actually it's a metal kind of a vault that actually that's permanent. But the pole vault pads are they're the largest pads.
Right, yeah. But so can you clarify, you just said they weren't going to be stored on site, but I thought it said concrete bunkers. Can you just explain a little more about storage of the pads? And I don't know if we have any updated data about that pole vault program, how active that is, or how many student athletes we have.
We base the storage on a number of things, primarily the equipment that's being stored out there now in the containers. So there's track equipment and there's other athletic equipment that's out there. We were initially looking at keeping the pole vault pads in place. At one point, we were looking at a storage unit out between the tennis courts and the end of the track out there. That kind of was voted on and decided that it didn't make a lot of sense. I didn't mention in the initial presentation that we're looking at that storage building as being right up against the back of the bleachers as you come in the entrance drive on the right side. So it's going to be it's going to be down, you won't see it versus if it was out in the field. But in general, the storage that we're providing is for the uses that the current athletics and the school uses in those vaults right now.
Okay. Yeah, so I was just trying to make a little sense on reading the recommendations, because I know there were several meetings and changes made about that, and that all the equipment would fit there versus being moved between the high school and Victory Field. And can you explain a little bit about the, what did I see, concrete curb on Marion Road, new fencing and concrete fence curb along Marion Road property
Yeah.
line? Is that for the tennis courts, or?
It's really for the property owners along behind the tennis courts. If you've been out there, there's kind of a mixed match of fences, wood fences, chain link fences, and they're all off. We're going to actually put the new town fence in a new, basically just a new curb. It's going to be a little more than a curb, it might, because the grade is different along each property.
Okay.
So it might be a foot high along some, it might be 6 inches along others, and it's going to be 12-foot high black fabric chain link for the tennis courts. That'll run along to the corner of the property line, then it drops to 7 all the way back along the Catherine Road, back of the Catherine Road property.
Okay,
So
thank
it
you.
came out of a request. It was working with the community that was out at those meetings.
Right, yeah, thanks for that reminder. I was a lot at those meetings, but it's been a while. And I'm happy to see that the recommendation, I know that costs will be determined, we're only 25%, but that we're hoping to replace with all underground conduit, I think would help a lot in that park, so thank you.
I just want to say thank you for attending all these meetings, and I want to thank the committee for all the hard work and the residents that have put a lot of work in. I think we need to move forward to get this thing, to get some steam again, and I think I'm looking forward to favorable consideration. I'm going to be supporting this evening to get to 25%, and then we still have 50% and 90%, and the committee has to go through this. It's somewhat it may be a little aggressive timeline, given the fact that what happened when our first started these meetings. So I'm hoping this will work out the way you've planned it. Thank you. Any other comments? Can I get a motion on the resolution, please?
Mr. President, I make a motion that we approve the transfer of funds of $284,500 for the Victory Field Phase 2 design.
Is there a second? Any
Yes.
further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Bass?
Yes.
Counselor Donato?
Yes.
Counselor Falcoff?
Yes.
Counselor Feltner?
Yes.
Counselor Canellis?
Yes.
Counselor Palumbo?
Yes.
Counselor Picciarelli?
Yes.
Counselor Woodland?
Yes.
President Zaderis?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
10C is a resolution authorizing a transfer of funds in the amount of $1,785,250 from the fiscal year 2019 debt retirement short-term interest account to the fiscal year 2019 transfer to capital projects, town streets and sidewalks, and transfer to capital projects 3 elementary school project accounts. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. As you are aware, a week ago today, subsequent to Standard & Poor's reaffirming the town's AAA bond rating, the town received competitive bids for bond underwriters for a $4,835,000 10-year general obligation bond issue. The town received a total of 8 bids on the bonds. The winning bid was a rate of 1.384%. That was forwarded to town council a week ago tonight in miscellaneous communications. Further to that, the town went to the bond market for the 10-year general obligation bond issue. to finance infrastructure improvements by permanently borrowing for projects items that were from 5 loan orders the Honorable Town Council previously approved on December 12th of 2017, June 5 and June 26 of 2018, August 14th of 2018, and then another loan order for the middle school girls' locker room on April 9 of this year. Monies are budgeted in the fiscal year 2019 debt retirement short-term interest account to be applied to the original loan order amounts and thereby reducing the permanent borrowing amounts for the related projects or items. Additionally, monies are available in the account to further reduce the permanent borrowing amounts as a result of not borrowing for some planned items in fiscal year 2019. So the borrowing for the following loan orders were reduced as a result of monies available in the fiscal year 2019 debt retirement short-term interest account. The first loan order was back on December 12 of 17 when there was, the project was the elementary school design. The original loan order was $1,378,599. The paydown amount was $200,000, thus the permanent borrowing amount was reduced by the $200,000 to $1,178,599. The other loan order that was reduced was the street and sidewalk improvements that was approved back on June 5 of 2018. The original loan order amount was $2.5 million. The paydown on that loan order was $1,585,250. Thus, the permanent borrowing amount was $914,750. The utilization of unspent debt retirement account monies for the acquisition and payment of capital equipment items is consistent with the Honorable Town Council's ongoing budget policy guideline to make annual capital expenditures, including debt and exclusive of school building for the future initiative funding and enterprise funds equal to at least 7.5% to 8% of the operating budget in order to maintain and improve the town's infrastructure, facility, and equipment. Additionally, Mr. President, members of the Honorable Town Council, reducing the permanent borrowing amounts is consistent with a very strong debt profile, which was one of the factors Standard & Poor's Rating Services citing in the affirmation of the town's AAA bond rating. As stated in the rating report, overall net debt is low at 0.4 of the market value, and approximately 90.5 of the direct debt is scheduled to be repaid within 10 years, which are, in our view, positive credit factors. So therefore, Mr. President, members of the council, in order to partially fund the proposed loan orders that I just cited back December 12 of 2017 and June 5 of 2018, respectively ask your favorable consideration of the proposed transfer. The transfer amount will be $1,785,250 from the fiscal year 2019 debt retirement short-term interest account to the fiscal year 2019 transfer to capital projects, town, street, and sidewalks, $1,585,250, and the fiscal year 2019 transfer to capital projects to 3 elementary school project by $200,000. Mr. President.
Thank you. Can I get a motion on the transfer?
Mr. President, I make a motion that we approve the transfer of $1,785,250 for capital projects.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor Donato.
If I could just ask the manager a question, Mr. President, thank you. Just for my clarification, the two figures here that are listed as permanent borrowing amounts, those two figures are included in the $4,835,000 figure.
Mr. President, yes, that's correct, except for the one thing I would suggest, and we'll be sending along official statements actually when we're done, but those are in there, but they've been further reduced by the receipt of bond premium. So in essence, those dollar amounts are the $1,178,599 and $914,750 have been further reduced as a result of, as you know, you can note that the bond premium that we receive when we sell the bonds can lower the amount of permanent borrowing and you'll be receiving a report on that, but just for instance, on the school project, that $1,178,599, we paid $200,000 principal down, but then we had a further payment of a premium, so the actual permanent borrowing is $1,078,500, so it's even further reduced. And the same thing with the sidewalk. we went from 914,750 all the way down to 837,500 because the bond premium was applied to it. But we will be sending a full report to council to see that.
So if we weren't entertaining this transfer tonight, then effectively we would have needed to borrow an additional $1,785,250 to complete these projects.
Mr. President, exactly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any other comments? Roll call, please.
Counselor Donato?
Yes.
Counselor Felkoff?
Yes.
Counselor Feltner?
Yes.
Counselor Canellis?
Yes.
Counselor Palumbo?
Yes?
Counselor Picciarelli?
Yes.
Counselor Woodland?
Yes.
Counselor Bays?
Yes.
President Sedaris?
Yes, thank you. 10D is a resolution authorizing a transfer of $500,000 from the fiscal year 2019 Town Council Reserve Account to the fiscal year 2019 Transfer to Capital Projects Stabilization Fund account. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you recall, in the fiscal year 2020 budget message, transfers of $500,000 annually from the Capital Project Stabilization Fund began in fiscal year 2006 and will continue through fiscal year 2022. In order to continue the annual transfer of $500,000 beyond fiscal year 2022, we'd look for opportunities to make the transfers to this stabilization fund in an effort to support capital projects included in the 5-year general fund capital improvement program, which totals over $503 million for fiscal year 2020 to 2024. Just by way of background, the town council and the leadership here from beginning in fiscal year 2006 all the way through 2022 is 17 fiscal years. Thus, we would have been putting aside $8.5 million for the support of the capital projects. With this proposed transfer tonight, Mr. President, members of council, and it's evidenced by, you can look at the revenue and expenditure forecast that allows us to fill in the one blank for fiscal year 2023. Thus, the proposed transfer tonight would be $500,000 from the fiscal year 2019 Town Council Reserve to the fiscal year 2019 Transfer to Capital Project Stabilization Fund to continue supporting the town's capital projects. Mr. President.
Thank you. Can I get a motion on the transfer, please?
Mr. President, I make a motion that we approve the transfer of $500,000 for the Capital Project Stabilization Fund.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Felkoff?
Yes.
Counselor Feltner?
Yes.
Counselor Canellis?
Yes.
Counselor Palumbo?
Yes.
Counselor Picciarelli?
Yes.
Counselor Woodland?
Yes.
Counselor Bays?
Yes.
Counselor Donato?
Yes.
President Sedaris?
Yes, thank you. 10E is a resolution authorizing a transfer of funds in the amount of $231,000 from various fiscal year 2019 electricity and gas accounts to the fiscal year 2019 ESCO Capital Project Stabilization Fund account. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just by way of background, back on May 14, 2013, the Honorable Town Council approved a proposed amendment to the fiscal year 2013 budget related to the establishment of an ESCO Capital Project Stabilization Fund. The establishment of the Energy Stabilization Fund was one of the action items adopted back in October of 2012. The ESCO Capital Project Stabilization Fund was established to place rebates, grants, and funds from departmental energy savings. This Energy Stabilization Fund will be used to pay the debt service on the energy efficiency projects, or ESCO, and occurred under the ESCO agreement. As a follow-up, the Honorable Town Council has approved transfer of funds of departmental energy savings in July of 2014, 2015, 2016, June of 2017, June of 2018, and again tonight. So this would be the sixth year, if you will, of moving these monies for paying for the debt service related to the ESCO Capital Projects Fund. Included within your correspondence was information from Mr. Tracy outlining the dollar amounts from the town's, various towns' energy, electricity, and gas accounts, as well as the $400,000 from the school department. Therefore, the proposed transfer tonight is $231,000 to the fiscal year 2019 transfer to ESCO Capital Project Stabilization Fund from 14 various electricity and natural gas accounts through the general fund, Mr. President.
Thank you. Can I get a motion on the transfer, please?
Mr. President, I make a motion that we approve the transfer of $231,000 for the ESCO Capital Project Stabilization Fund.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Another roll call, please.
Councilor
Last one.
Parker?
Yes.
Councilor Canellis?
Yes.
Councilor Palumbo?
Yes.
Councilor Picciarelli?
Yes.
Councilor Woodland?
Yes.
Councilor Bays?
Yes.
Councilor Donato?
Yes.
Councilor Falcoff?
Yes.
President Sedaris?
Yes. Thank you. Committee reports. 11A is a Committee on Personnel and Town Organization report on reappointing Richard Moynihan to the Board of Assessors for a term to expire on May 15, 2022. Councilor Bays.
The Committee on Personnel and Town Organization met on June 11th, 2019, and we convened at 7 p.m. in the Town Council office. Present were myself as chair, Susan Falcoff as vice chair, Councilor Angeline Cornelis as secretary, and Richard V. Moynihan. The purpose of the meeting was to interview Richard V. Moynihan for reappointment to the Board of Assessors. He has served on the board since 2005 and finds the work rewarding. He has worked under several chairmen of the board and appreciates the professionalism of the current chair, Earl Smith. The committee asked Mr. Moynihan about current issues and future initiatives facing the board. Over the past years, the board has resolved more than half of the outstanding appellate cases, reducing the town's potential liability from $443 million to $70 million. Coming up, the board will be reviewing best practices on solar power taxation in response to the new town ordinance. Councilor Canales made a motion, seconded by Councilor Falcoff, to recommend that the town council confirm the reappointment of Richard V. Moynihan to the Board of Assessors for a term to expire on May 15th, 2022. And it should say that it passed 3-0. The meeting adjourned at 7:14 p.m. Respectfully submitted, Susan Falcoff.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to accept the report?
Mr. President, I make a motion that we accept the report with the amendment to show the vote of the committee.
Is there a second? Council, discussion on the report.
Yes, I'd just like to note that I attended the meeting as well. Thank you.
Oh, I put you there. I thought.
Councilor Falcoff, you're slipping.
It's terrible.
We'll add that also
Guess
to the
I'll
report.
have to leave at the end of the year.
And yes.
Okay, with those two changes, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Can I get a motion that the town council reappoint Richard Moynihan to the Board of Assessors for a term to expire on May 15, 2022?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. 11B is the Committees on Economic Development and Planning and Human Services report regarding the Housing Joint Grant application. Councilors Woodland and Palumbo. Councilor Woodland.
Joint committees convened at 7:22 p.m. on Monday, June 17, 2019, in Philip Payne Low Conference Room. Present were Economic Development and Planning members, myself, Chair, Lisa Feltner, Vice Chair, Vincent Petrelli, Secretary, and Human Services members, Anthony Palumbo, Chair, Caroline Bays, Vice Chair, Susan Falcoff, Secretary. Staff President was Stephen Magoon, Assistant Town Manager, Director of Community Development and Planning. Community members present were David Stokes and Lydia Thomas. I chaired the meeting. The purpose of the meeting was for the joint committees to provide guidance to the Department of Community Development and Planning on a housing choice grant application due June 20, 2019. Mr. Magoon began with background on the Housing Choice Grant. It's a competitive $250,000 maximum grant program that awards funds for capital projects to mitigate the impacts associated with new housing in communities that have achieved the Housing Choice designation. Watertown applied last year but was not successful and thus may submit again this year. Mr. Magoon handed out a sheet with the staff's recommended project to offset part of the cost for Arsenal Park Phase 1, which has been attached to these minutes. He noted that this project was in the Arsenal corridor, where a significant amount of new housing is being built that will serve the entire community, and that it is shovel-ready. He said staff discussed other potential projects, but none of them met as many criteria as the Arsenal Park project. After some discussion, Councilor Falcoff made a motion, seconded by Councilor Palumba, for the joint committees to endorse the selection of Arsenal Park Phase 1 for $250,000 for Watertown's Housing Choice Grant application. Voted unanimously. The meeting adjourned at 7:45 p.m. Report prepared by Councilor Pascarelli. Thank him for his fast turnaround in that report.
Can I get a motion to accept the report?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. New business. 12A is a referral to the Committee on Personnel and Town Organization to design an informational packet for newly elected councilors. Councilor Bays brought this to my attention, and I think several people here have also, it's kind of difficult when you become a newly elected councilor and there's no kind of roadmap of what you need to do. In the past, we've had workshops, but everybody becomes so busy, we can't usually find time. So Councilor Bays would like the committee to look at developing some type of an informational packet for newly elected town councilors.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. 12B is a referral to Economic Development and Planning to discuss qualifications or conditions and application and review process for operating a marijuana establishment, possibly for both the community host agreement and an adult marijuana establishment license. Councilor Feltner brought this to my attention and would like to have this considered so that we have some conditions or some qualifications, something that we might be looking for.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor Woodland.
Could this just get explained a little bit more? I'm a little confused with what you're looking for.
Councilor Feltner, you.
Sure, thank you, Mr. President. So Mr. Magoon and I both attended a session on this at the MMA annual meeting. Just they highly recommend as part of the planning, in addition to writing your adult use marijuana. And so rather than trying to just piecemeal as applications come in, it would be really helpful for the town and potential business owners to know what to expect, and for the town to develop criteria for what we're looking for, or just like anything else, like how you might weight an application, and also help address social equity issues, et cetera. There's a lot of things to think about and talk about for the committee to work with staff to develop this. So Mr. Magoon agreed it was a good idea, and so we have our referral.
Councilor Woodland.
So I think what I'm hearing then is similar to what we're doing for small cell antennas, just developing the process by which we review applications. Okay, because I think that's a little different than the way it's worded, just because obviously the CCC has purview over this body of regulation. So if those words mean what I think they mean, in that you want us to move forward with developing some sort of process by which anyone coming forward with seeking a host agreement or a letter of non-opposition or approval, then that's fine.
Right, that would be part of it, just like.
We can't regulate the rest of it.
Well, right, the qualifications criteria, the local have, some ability, control over that. Think of it as like anything else. We had criteria for the Community Preservation Committee, which is obviously way more simplistic, but.
Second.
Any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. 12C is the referral to the Committee on Media and Public Outreach, the question of reviewing the public forum loop. This came up recently, as we don't have a formal policy to respond. I think the committee should look at and would be able to come back with a recommendation of how, a formal policy of how we respond to people when they ask questions in public forum.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor Woodland.
So My understanding is if a recommendation was made, it would eventually have to change the council rules.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. So in that case, if a recommendation did that, it'd go to rules and ordinances afterwards?
Yes.
Okay.
Depending on what they come up with, it may be something that we want to change, and then it would have to be added to the
Then it would
rules.
go. Yeah.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Communications from the town manager, and one item here. The first item is transportation infrastructure funds. Mr. Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. This is a matter we brought forward at the July Town Council meeting, and doing it a little earlier this year. Correspondence was forwarded from Ms. Laura Weiner to Mr. Magoon regarding the town will be receiving $56,576 from a fee generated by the transportation network companies. This monies will be coming from the Commonwealth. As indicated in the email received, the distributed funds are special revenue and must be appropriated. The funds must be used to address the impact of transportation network services on municipal roads, bridges, or other transportation infrastructure or any other public purpose substantially related to the operation of transportation network services within our community. What we've done before, Mr. President, and respectfully ask council's favorable consideration tonight is to refer the matter to committee for further review and consideration and policy guidance on how best to proceed.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to refer this to Economic Development and Planning, please?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Mr. Manager?
Yeah, just a couple more things, Mr. President. As a reminder again, the farmers market, which has been doing very well, is the third time tomorrow from 2:30 to 6:30, and that'll run all the way through October 9. Additionally, the first of 7 free summer concerts will be tomorrow night at 6:30, and it's the Stacy Peasley Band, which is a kind of a family concert for tomorrow night, and that begins at 6:30. And lastly, in observance of the Independence Day 2019, the Administration Building and Senior Center will be closed on Thursday, July 4, and the hours of operation on Friday, July 5, will be 8:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. Mr. President.
Thank you. Request for information. Any requests for information? Seeing none, announcements? Any announcements? Councilor Feltner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just let people know that Traffic Commission is meeting tomorrow at 1:30, and one of the things on the agenda will be looking at potential parking access solutions at Filipello Park. It's 1:30 here in Council Chamber.
Are there any other announcements? Seeing none, public forum. Any member of the public wish to be heard? Before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I just want to welcome Bert and Pat back from a long hiatus. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.